my ball sack and lick my dirty asshole if you want it so bad, big boy. It lives rent-free in your head. Why don't you charge some rent? Always thinking about my big ball sack, draining it, and my dirty asshole. Come here and get it, big boy, if you love it so much. Always talking about it, but you're so shy. I thought you were a big boy. Come here and lick my asshole clean and drain my big sack. Motherfucker. My dirty asshole and my big ball sack live rent-free in your head and your Mark Zuckerberg. Ha ha! What's the matter? You want it so bad? Why can't you come here and get it? I thought you're a big boy now. You're a big boy now. And you're always talking about my big sack, my dirty asshole. Why can't you come here and get it? You want it so bad? I've had a big fucking sack, nut sack, ball sack for 31 years. And a dirty asshole when it wasn't clean for 31 years. What's taking you so long, big boy? You're a big boy now. Go kill yourself, you fucking flaming faggot. Already spoke my piece on that one. Shit, you sewage. Go be a good son to your mother, like you used to, and before you have to die a very fucking painful and excruciatingly gruesome death, make sure you go fuck your mother, motherfucker. Go be a good Jewish son to your mother, and go fuck your mother, motherfucker. It's my hot take on it. Put some respect on my sensibilities instead of coming wrong with all that fucked up Judean shit. Put some respect on my sensibilities. It's all fucked up. You wanna know why? Because you literally look like a fucking zombie, a fucking dead man walking, and you're always thinking about my ball sack and my dirty asshole. Why can't you come here and get it, motherfucker? Come here and get it, and see if you came to the right house, see if you came to the wrong house, to see the wrong guy, to die at the right fucking time, if I'm gonna have to fucking kill you, motherfucker. I don't want you to lick my asshole clean and drain my sack. You're a loser, faggot. And also, you're a child molester. And you're shit. You're sewage. I'm about to fucking blow my fucking lid and get a fucking aneurysm with your dumb bullshit. I'm tired of this shit. I had a friend in my past who was misdiagnosed with having bipolar disorder. And I said, listen, I know you don't have bipolar disorder. I know why you get so fucking angry at the world sometimes. Because of how much fucking unjust, cruel shit is being imposed on everybody else in terms of fucking nonsense that they didn't do in the reverse. And he agreed with me because his fucking psychiatrist forced him to take bipolar medication. You don't need that shit. I'm about to have a fucking aneurysm. God damn. Fucking flaming faggot of the highest degree. You're a fucking loser. My dirty asshole and my big ball sack live rent-free in your head. Get the message. I don't want you to lick my asshole clean and complete the great work and drain my sack. Go kill yourself. You literally look like a zombie. You're a dead man walking. And also, you're a motherfucker. It's my hot take on it. Put some respect on my name, on my sensibilities. Because all that fucked up shit, every time I see it or even think about it, is disrespectful to my sensibilities. The fucking hook nose, the fucked up jaw, the adrenal insufficiency, everything that's all fucked up, even though you can fix it and you're blaming me for it. Next time you come try and see me, come right if you can. Apparently you can jiggle my asshole from 6,666 miles away, but you can't come right. How come everybody else on earth could come right? What about you and your family? I guess you can't come right. Not my problem. Next time, come right. Put some respect on my sensibilities. I need a refund on my sensibilities, you fucking dead man walking. I need to call Bank of America and Sutton Bank Cash App and whatever else and say, listen, I need a claw back on my sensibilities. Bank of Reality. I need a refund on my sensibilities because this dead man walking is offending my sensibilities. He's always thinking about draining my sack and licking my dirty asshole clean, but he can't get the picture when no is no. Go do some lip shit service to your dad's milk cut and put your little Oscar Mayer wiener in there and activate his divine sparks and then fucking kill yourself in the most gruesome way possible and then the great work will be complete. Thank God. Motherfucker. Child molester. Rapist. Motherfucker. And the next time I see any police officer or Secret Service agent with a Judas star on their chest, if you're going to be disrespectful to my sensibilities, I'm going to ask you to put some respect on my sensibilities and get that Judas star off your chest. And next time, get a cattle branded in your forehead, which is the mark of the beast. Next time, put some respect on your chest instead of a Judas star. Star of Remphan or whatever. There's no Star of David in the Old Testament, if you've ever read the Old Testament. That's bullshit. Put some respect on my sensibilities. Fucking child molester. But if you want to drain my sack and lick my dirty asshole so bad, and you're a big boy now, come here and do it. And let's see if you're not going to get checked real quick, motherfucker. That's what I thought. Fucking faggot loser. Sewage. Same shit, different sewage. No wonder so many fucking people are anti-Semitic. Sorry, I'm not interested in being a semen-swallowing, sword-swallowing piece of shit like you. Sword slasher. I'm not interested. I don't want to slash with your sword. You're a fucking faggot. I can tell you got a big Judas star on your chest. You know, I don't really have that much ammunition against anybody else because nobody ever really bothered me that much. But I can see why so many people are anti-Semitic. If I wanted to be Semitic, maybe I'd go to seminary school and be a good seaman like I'm in the fucking Navy or whatever. I'm not interested. And the only reason I'm resorting to this belligerency is because you're abusing me like crazy. You're a loser. Motherfucker. If my mind could ever be re-internalized by objective third parties and I could have the epigenetic and genomic turnover, I'd go back to being how I used to be, very humble and nice and kind, and only get fresh when somebody would vocalize their major malfunction with me and whatever else. I'm tired of being abused for doing nothing wrong and having my fucking dirty asshole and big ballsack live rent-free in your head when you can't get the message that I don't want you to lick my asshole clean or drain my sack, you fucking flaming faggot. I'm about to fucking pop my lid, blow my fucking dome with a fucking aneurysm. I could see where my friend from the past would get so fucking infuriatingly angry. And sometimes I join him. I'd say, listen, you don't have bipolar disorder. This world's gonna make my fucking blood roil over to a fucking flashpoint and fucking pop my lid and give me an aneurysm. That's a Jewish diagnosis for Jewish medication. Somebody needs to warp speed into those motherfuckers' heads some good fucking taste of their own medication. Some good fucking buckshot or whatever. Think about that when you send your kids, whether they're Christian or Jewish or not, to fucking public school, and your teacher's talking about fucking them up the ass and chopping their dick off or whatever. Get the fuck out of here. Or like that dumb fucking Clara Sorrenti fucking man pretending to be a woman on Kiwi Farms. Yeah, you're 5 years old on Discord, right? Yeah, take this fucking bathtub estrogen full of fucking whatever the fuck it is and inject it right up your asshole so you can be a fucking transsexual queer like me. Oh yeah, perfect. Imagine if that was your little 4 or 5 year old boy or girl talking to some fucking creep on the internet, and then when he goes to school, there's another one there talking about chopping their dick off and putting some spirulactone right up their ass or whatever. Get the fuck out of here. When you're 4 or 5, you should be learning some fucking common human decency and some etiquette and how to add 1 + 1 or whatever. Not getting your fucking dick chopped off and being sexually molested by your teacher. And you know what? I give people that I don't know some common human decency and etiquette and respect. But then I might start getting fresh and salacious after all of the abuse that I've been through. And with me, with people who've known me, they know that I can get real fucking fresh and sarcastic and get right up in their face if I think that they have a major malfunction with me. And then I settle it right there and then. I don't want to hear bullshit. Especially from people who are claiming to be my friends and whatever else. No fucking sneak dissing or whatever with me. I want to know what your major malfunction is. If you want to lick my dirty asshole clean so bad and you're conflicted about it, maybe you should say it to my face. And then I'll let you fucking eat the shit out of my ass right from the tap. There's some mercy from you. Some Judaism for you, motherfucker. Just like in the Old Testament. They needed a last testament, a new one, a final will and testament for you. And they need to fucking bury a stake in your chest when you're in the fucking grave. So you don't come back to life. So there's the Old Testament, the New Testament, and your final will and testament when you're going to be staked into the ground for good. Motherfucker. That's my hot take on it. I'm tired of this bullshit. It's a hogwash. I could see where my friend would get fucking infuriatingly angry about all of the injustice in the world. I was like, listen, you don't have bipolar disorder. Sometimes I feel the same way too, but I need to not resort to belligerency. And my friend, legitimately, I don't want to review him through indirect logical inference. You don't harass the living shit out of him. He doesn't have bipolar disorder. He's actually a very good person. But then sometimes his fucking blood would roil over too until he would almost get a fucking aneurysm. But now I see why, when it's being directly imposed on me. God damn. That's psychiatric gaslighting. Oh, the world's being unjust to you, and people like me are imposing more psychiatric gaslighting and unjust behavior on you, and unjust stuff on you, imposing it unjustly so. Here, take some Jewish medication. You're bipolar. And then I'll feed it the trough of your suffering. And then when I go home, I'm gonna molest your kids. And take $400,000 a year to fucking talk about nonsense. Tweedledee and Tweedledoo and twiddle my thumbs and then say fuck you and give you a pill and that's it. Charlatan. Fraud. You're the one who needs a good taste of your own medication. The Old Testament is no good for you, neither is the New Testament. You need to read your final will and testament. I'm tired of this nonsense. I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm about to blow my fucking lid and get a fucking aneurysm. I gotta relax. God damn. skyrocketing like crazy. And not because I took stimulants, because you're fucking angry and living shit out of me. You know some people can die like that, right? They get so fucking angry, they literally fucking pop an aneurysm in their head, and a fucking blood vessel or whatever, a fucking blood vein or whatever, and their head explodes. I can literally feel it in my head. Fucking tired of this bullshit. Why am I recording on a live stream right now? I want to see if you have the audacity to come into my house to try and kill me or try and capture me. Not because I'm scared of you. I want to see if you'll do it on live stream or think that I'm not going to put up a fight and fucking kill you if I have to. I'm not too much of a heavy sleeper. I'll guarantee you there'll be a gnashing of teeth for sure if you think you're going to kill me like a coward. If I have to, I'm going to fucking kill you. I don't give a fuck if you want to live or not. You came to the wrong house at the right time if you want to fucking die. It's my hot take on it, my 2 cents. And I know about stand your ground laws and castle doctrine laws, so I'll just use commensurate force. But if you want to die, then you're gonna get it. My dog is vicious too. She's very impetuous towards strangers. She doesn't trust strangers. She'll fucking bite the living shit out of you. And I trained her as an attack dog too. And if you hurt my dog, I don't give a fuck about stand your ground laws or whatever else. I'm gonna fucking mercilessly fucking beat the living shit out of you and kill you. I'm gonna curb stomp your fucking head on a live stream and fucking desecrate the living shit out of your body. I don't give a fuck if there's discretion for it or not. I'm pissed off with this bullshit. I take a bunch of drugs to fucking knock myself out, and then later, when I fucking wake up from my anesthetized days, I have other responsibilities to take care of. To help my father that I care about, genuinely, and also take care of this property that I live in as a guest in his home. Whatever's going to happen when he sells it or whatever else, that's undeterminable, whatever else, so on and so forth. But I'll tell you what, I'm not going to be your fucking rape slave. You're a loser, faggot. Maybe I was being too terse. I'm not talking about my father. I'm talking about Cuthbert and his fucking insane audacity or whatever else. His insane fucking prolixity, his erotomania for my dirty asshole, my big ball sack. You're a fucking creep, faggot. You're a beta male Oberstalker of like people on Facebook who fucking jerk off the fucking women's pictures all day and harass them or whatever else. But if some random guy on Facebook, and you're literally the creator of Facebook, and my dirty asshole, my big ball sack live rent free in your head. You fucking creep. I wouldn't doubt it if there's a shrine in my big fucking nutsack and my dirty asshole in your house. I'll tell you what. I don't give a fuck if you think you're a good Christian or not. I would guarantee with almost everybody on earth, if push came to shove, if some criminal came to your house and then you thought you should turn the other cheek, when they would hold you down and torture you like crazy, you probably wish you would have fought in your self-defense. But I'll give you some good advice. When a criminal comes to your house to abuse the living shit out of you, especially if you didn't do anything wrong, or more importantly, if you didn't do anything wrong, in the most intrinsic case thereof, you should warp beat some fucking mercy right into their head. As many fucking rounds as buckshot as you need. That's my hot take on it. I'll turn their other cheek for sure. Warp you some fucking buckshot right to the head. Yeah, turn the other cheek. Oh yeah, the police are gonna come to my house and say, listen, by law we have the right to sex traffic your little daughter. Get the fuck out of here. what is this? Juice prima nocte? That fucking medieval shit? That's fucking disgusting. That's fucking nonsense. Do you know what that law was back in the medieval ages? Fucking perverted lords, feudal lords, and nobility would just go into random peasants' villages and take people's little daughters and wives and whatever else and use them as fucking harems, as prostitutes or whatever else. The fuck out of here. Nowadays, in a democratic republic like this, even if the police came to your house and legitimately told you that on a live stream, you should get a fucking shotgun or a pistol or whatever else and a rifle and fucking pump them full of rounds. Imagine if that was your little daughter or your little boy, and it would be absurdly outrageous if the police came to your house and listen, by law, we have the right to sex traffic your little daughter or whatever. The fuck out of here. Fucking perverted crackhead schemes. But even if it was a criminal, more important, I'm sure you'd pump them full of rounds too. Especially if they like knock down your door with the battery and say, listen, I have the right to sex traffic your little daughter. I wouldn't doubt it if you got fucking pumped full of rounds in like 2 minutes. Good. That's my hot take on it. That's the final will and testament. Turn the other cheek, and that's it. You want to know why? I think a lot of Christians, if push came to shove, if a criminal burst down their door and came right to them, would think twice about that and think about all the suffering they'd go through. But see you turn the other cheek when you're going to suffer like somebody like me, even secretly, or if some heinous and grievous criminal wanted to fucking molest the living shit out of you and fucking beat you to death or whatever. Let's see what you do. That's quite interesting because you're proselytizing that from the bully pulpit. But let's see what would happen in your house if that would happen to you. I think differently. I don't give a fuck if you would want Jesus to turn a fucking a matzo into a cheeseburger for you. If some heinous and grievous criminal came into my house, or even the police unjustly, and they literally told it to me in my face on a live stream, I'd give you fucking hell. You know what happened at Northbrook, the hospital there? I was getting a little fresh. I was like, listen, you're a bunch of pieces of shit and gaslighters and whatever else, and I was acting sarcastic. They brought like 35 people to restrain me. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, right? Motherfuckers. Those 35 people should go to prison. You don't do jack shit. Dumb fucking retarded kid. Smelled like marijuana metabolites from the fucking terpenes and whatever else. I was like, I know you're high and you drove to work high. And they're gonna force fucking Jewish medication on me. But you get to work while you're high as fucking. I can clearly tell you're intoxicated and a danger to yourself while you drove here. You should be the one in my room, motherfucker. Hopefully I can just anesthetize myself and knock the fuck out. Let's see if you're going to be a little coward enough to not think that I'm not a heavy sleeper and try and come here in my house like a coward and try and kill me. Let's see. Let's see if you got the fucking audacity to do it. I'll tell you what. If you're ever going to try and run up on me in real life, anywhere I am, you've come to the wrong guy to die at the right time. This fucking zombie. You look like a zombie. Little Jewish coward. You Jewish cretin, you little coward. Why are you so shy, big boy? Always thinking about licking my dirty asshole, cleaning and draining my big sack. Don't be shy. You know my phone number. What's the matter, big boy? You look like a zombie. You look like a dead man walking. You look like a Nosferatu. I wonder who the fuck let you out of whatever, Slovakia or whatever, or fucking Transylvania. You look like Nosferatu. You and your dad love thinking about licking my dirty asshole clean and draining my big sack. I already know it via your stupid illegal wiretaps. That's what Mark Zuckerberg's dad's been doing for the past 3 to 4 years. He's been sitting at the computer all day, thinking about licking my asshole clean and draining my sack. The guy's like 75 years old. You gotta be kidding me, right? My fucking dirty asshole and my big ball sack live rent free. You wouldn't let somebody live rent free in a tenanted apartment. Why are you letting my dirty asshole and my big ball sack live rent free in your head? That's the same thing with Palmer Lucky and whatever else. You're a loser. Get the message. I'm never gonna let you lick my dirty asshole clean in real life and drain my sack. Go put an application in on Grindr. Still thinking about jingling my asshole? Still thinking about licking my dirty asshole clean? Good. You know what? If somebody would actually do it, then I would save toilet paper, I guess. But that's a little awkward. I think I'll just use toilet paper. I'm not interested in having you do that. What is that, a Freemasonic ritual? And I think that's the first degree, right? You lick the Grand Master's asshole clean. You do a little whatever osculum infame to your dad. You ever seen osculum infame? Motherfucker. Look it up on Google. Osculum infame. It's the witch's ritual. What the witches used to do back in the medieval ages, they'd lift the tail of the devil or a demon and lick their asshole clean. It's called osculum infame. But I'm pretty sure you would know that if you're a Freemason by now. How do I know? It's available on Google. You can just search it up. I don't know. Ask ChatGPT. Go ask your psychiatrist. So yeah, that's how I got my job. You want to know why I'm so vicious and brutal? You want to be free and happy, and you don't want to be sodomized like crazy by some random guy and have your dirty asshole or whatever else, or your vagina or your ball sack and your penis live rent free in their head. But you want it to happen to me. That's why I'm so vicious, because my bodily autonomy is being violated like crazy for nothing wrong. And it's pathetic on their behalf, because these are supposed to be important and famous people or whatever else. You got nothing better to do? With me, I think I'm much more so a real man who's very stoic and minimalist about it, taking it for what it is. But on their behalf, there's no way you're gonna be able to justify that my dirty asshole and big ball stack that you want to drain so bad live rent free in your head. I don't think it's pathetic on my behalf. I think any real man, even though this is somewhat of a no true Scotsman fallacy, would say, listen, it seems like you're fighting pretty hard for your freedom. And they use subterfuge to inject you with reverse transcribing fucking faggotry and whatever else. Think about it. I'm just some random guy. I'm some random guy from Jersey City, New Jersey. And my fucking dirty asshole and my ball sack live rent free in your head? Get out of here. You're a fucking queer. Go play with your mom Baphomet's little fucking rod or whatever. and then go suck your mom, go suck your dad, Jeffrey Epstein's Claire, or whatever, and go complete the great work by fucking killing yourself. There's another expression for asking them and finally doing some lip shit service to your best friend or whatever, or your sixth god. How could that be enticing to anybody if that's what they actually did back in the medieval ages? Oh, look, here's a demon, and it says, let's lift my fucking tail and lick my asshole clean. How could anybody in their right mind even think about doing that in the middle of a forest, like buck naked with a fucking demon or whatever? You gotta be fucking mentally ill. Is that what I do? No. I just Googled that kind of stuff to see if that's what people did, and they did. Apparently that's what I do when I'm fighting so hard for my freedom to prevent that, which doesn't make sense. I'm not interested in licking any demon's asshole clean. I'm interested in you stopping. I'm interested in you in stopping you demonizing my asshole. And apparently it must be demonic possession in terms of how I get gaslighted. But no, when I drink beer, it stops. But it happens 24 hours a day besides that. But no, when I drink some beer, it stops as a function of positive vagal allosteric modulation and the dirty effects of the pharmacology of alcohol in terms of its effects on different neurotransmitter systems and so on and so forth. Oh yes, but I must be demonically possessed. But the devil can't fucking unbind smart drug ligands throughout my entire body to make me super intelligent, which doesn't make sense. It sounds like hogwash. Apparently I can still go to sleep at night, but he can't torture me indefinitely or whatever. It doesn't make sense. Apparently the devil is possessing me, but also at the same time, he also exists as empirical evidence on a website that shows proof of Isabella Santiago's sex trafficking and wiretapping and hacking and whatever else too. That sounds like psychiatric gaslighting in the converse in terms of your stupid bullshit to deflect from what's actually happening. But I'll tell you what though, go, if you think I'm doing so well, go call your best friend Mark Zuckerberg and say, listen, I need you to help me in the same way you helped him, and I'd love for you to lift up your tail and let me do a little ask him and find me and do some lip shit service to your asshole. I'm not interested. Vetoed, overruled. Fucking flaming faggot loser. You know what I'm reading right now? Mein Kampf. I want to see why Hitler thought what he thought. I think I'm going through the same thing. I think you've pretty much made yourself your own punching bag for abuse. I think you didn't want to be a sword swallowing semen swallower either. The only part about being a Nazi that's wrong is the Ashkenazi part. A sword slashing seminarian semen swallower. That's why I'm very anti-Semitic. I'm not interested. They tried to reverse transcribe that into me, and I knew those thoughts were strange. But I have free will. I'm not interested. If I was, I would have put in an application on Grindr a long time ago. In my description, look, listen, I'm a Semite. I'm interested in sword swallowing and so on. I'm not interested. No, I'm not. And I'm sure about that, because if I wasn't, I would have put in an application on Grindr a long time. I'm not interested. They tried to reverse transcribe that into me and undulate that into my asshole to make me enjoy it. I'm not interested. I guess if I really was, and if I was about my country, and if I was very nationalistic, I guess I would have been a seaman for the Navy a long time ago. I think it's even better than seminary school. if you're in the United States military and you were forced to take a Jewish death shot vaccine or whatever else, you should frag the living shit out of your chain of command. I think that's what you should do. Give them a good taste of what you think about what they made you do. Here's a lawful order. Go fuck yourself. That's my hot take on it. No wonder that shit happened in Vietnam. Sword slashing, semen sword swallower. What is this? What is this? A fucking magic trick? You ever see those sword swallowers where you are? You know what I was thinking about a few times today? Imagine how fucking psychotic somebody like Saboti Zevi would have been, just walking around like fucking shaking his arms or whatever. Like, listen, the best way to save yourself is to go fuck your mom, drink diarrhea, fucking rape people, and whatever else. Imagine anybody with any sensibilities if they would have heard that. It would have been like the exemplification of that meme where like the guy has his kids like, listen, just turn away, don't listen to him. You must be fucking crazy to just go out in public and say something like that. It's just not highly obscene and fucking psychotic as hell. You must be crazy. That sounds like complete nonsense. What the fuck was that guy doing in his basement? Who even knows? But with me, I'm literally in my basement, live streaming to you. There's no false dilemma here. And apparently, it's their stupid limited hangouts. That's the redemption path to heaven or whatever. So why couldn't he do it in 1666? It's been quite a long time since he died in terms of his hogwash psychosis. It still doesn't seem to make sense. Wasn't that supposed to be your messiah? Whatever. Crazy. That's psychosis. That sounds like your psychiatric ward messiah when he's 5-point restraints or whatever. Or in a fucking straitjacket. Fucking Sultan Mehmed IV should have just fucking cut the guy's head off. If I lived back then and if I was an advisor to him, Sultan Mehmed, I would have just said, listen, you're going to do whatever you're going to do anyway as the emperor or whatever. You just fucking cut the guy's head off. And the best way to suppress any rebellion would just be to appeal to reason. The guy is talking about insane psychotic madness, like fucking raping your mother and killing people and whatever else. It doesn't seem very holy. And apparently he can fly, but he can't show anybody. But when I have him in stocks for like 16.666 years, and then there's a scimitar blade to his neck, he can't fly away. So what happened to the Messiah part? I don't give a fuck if any criminal would come check me or test me. That's a risk for anybody. But if you want to, you're gonna get a good fury, a dispensation of my furious fury or whatever. Do you think I'm kidding? I don't care if you want to come check me or not. I'm serious about defending myself. What do you think I'm gonna do? Fucking lay down butt naked and turn my asshole, turn my cheeks wide up and say, "Listen, come here, big boy." No, I don't think so. Whatever. I don't take absurdity like that seriously. Because in terms of whatever may come, I'll give you a good dispensation about how I feel about it. But I'm also a good boy in terms of knowing about stand your ground and castle doctrine laws. But if I have to use vicious, violent force like that, I will. And let's see about how many of these Christians who've been proselytizing from the bully pulpit about turning the other cheek and loving their enemies would turn their fucking ass cheeks wide open for some heinous and grievous criminal to fucking torture the living shit out of them when they kick down their door and whatever else. Let's see how many of them would stay true to their word. Because then it doesn't seem like you're a Christian anymore. It seems like you're a Semite. And also, if my mind was re-internalized and the turnover would happen, I wouldn't be so discriminatorily inflammatory. I wouldn't even post a lot of stuff on the internet. Maybe just some occasional videos sometimes or whatever. I don't particularly care. Just stuff for accountability so people don't keep harassing me over and over again. It's mostly just a function of the abuse that I'm going through. And, previously, before I was getting extremely abused, I was always the same way. I was always very respectful, and, I had a lot of etiquette, but I wasn't perfect. I was like most people growing up and whatever else. Made mistakes, normal process of growing up and whatever else. And anything else would be slanderous and libelous if you're going to try and bear false witness against me about how I used to be until I started getting extremely abused. Tired of this shit. I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. I have things to do. I have a life to live. I have responsibilities to take care of. I wanted to just move forward with my life and deal with the fact that I was born into an enigma and whatever else, and I had a life to live and whatever else. And everything in terms of whatever I wanted to do in terms of just living, being free and happy, and then so on and so forth, which was already a given in terms of how everyone extrinsically knew me anyway, is being put on hold with things that are being imposed on me and in the entire world. And I'm getting fucking beat up like a punching bag for nonsense. I'm sick and tired of this shit. I can see why some of my former friends, like my friend, they used to blow their fucking lid, get fucking psychiatrically gaslighted as having bipolar disorder, because sometimes the world fucking infuriates and aggravates the living hell out of people for all of the unjust dispensation of abuse to innocent people that didn't belong to them for things they didn't do. That's a good question. What do I want? And then you're implying, what do I want out of what reality is? I don't know, because it's out of my control for most of it. And it's indeterminacy in terms of the enigma and the peculiarities thereof. So I'm just being very stoic and minimalistic about it. And I'm trying to take it in stride. And I apologize sometimes for the highly inflammatory, discriminatory rhetoric. But it's only because I'm being fucking abused like crazy. I'm just going to ignore you in terms of vocalizing my thoughts, in terms of all the telepathic transcending of abuse that I'm getting, fucking punching bag abuse. I'm going to try and not resort to the belligerency, because I know you're going to try and frame me and get me into trouble again for things that are not my fault. You're not going to extort even the illusion of mercy out of me. Because genuinely, I'm very fucking infuriated and bitter about the way you abuse the living shit out of me for things that I didn't do to you. So genuinely, truthfully so, you're never going to get the true mercy that you want. And I'm going to fight to the death to not let you extort even the illusion out of it. Because I don't even want to be in close proximity to you and be held hostage by you. I'd rather enjoy my freedom while I can. I don't want to be anywhere near you. I don't want to have anything to do with you at all. I don't want to be in any close range proximity to you, or have any even remote association with you, as if I'm even supposed to know you, like you're gonna call me on the phone or whatever. I don't even want to know you at all. Crazy, psychotic people. My former friend, if I could ever talk to him again, he should stop taking bipolar medication, because you don't have bipolar disorder. As a matter of fact, in terms of how I always knew him, you didn't seem to be, suffering from bipolar mania and manic depression or anything like that at all. Nope. That's not the case from how I knew him. Nope. But I don't really know about like the inner intricacies of his personal life on a day-to-day basis, but it didn't seem that way. But with me, extrinsically, my friends saw that I had some mild form of narcolepsy, because I was tired all the time, and that I would always be, going in between being depressed and whatever else, but not because I had bipolar disorder, because I had major depressive disorder that sometimes would last weeks upon months, and it was just extremely irrational. But that was just some neurophysiological thing that was wrong with me, and it wasn't ameliorated because of the torture that I went through, because I had to fight back, and I had to substantiate my resume and curriculum vitae in terms of my usefulness and whatever else, and also for other reasons too. And I guess now, looking back on it, I guess that free research can mean something to the rest of humanity to help them if they have those types of particular disorders too. But you already know there's no way you're going to justify fucking torturing somebody like crazy, as if it's supposed to make sense that you know how to jiggle their asshole at a distance, but then somehow you don't know about neuroscience and epigenetics, and at the same time you already know something about them that they don't even know about themselves, and you know this random person that almost nobody's supposed to remotely even know, except people who grow up with him and live with him in remote proximity to him, which also doesn't make sense. And the subject of him is me, in terms of them, in terms of what they're doing to me, which doesn't make sense. Get the fuck out of here. I already know about your stupid gestalt, in terms of the way you think and your stupid spiel and whatever else. I've been around the block a few times. I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. The fool me once, fool me twice, and fool me 3 times fucking expression doesn't work on me. I'm not dumb enough for that. I'm not a fucking ass clown like you people are. I'm sick and tired of this. One day, hopefully, when the rest of humanity puts their big boy pants on, it helps me re-internalize my mind. It has the epigenetic and genetic turnover happen where the abuse can just stop. I just need a minimum of like 2 to 3 weeks to deal with the PTSD and the stress and the trauma. Maybe just drink some alcohol and not take stimulatory substances, and just have some time to rest and not be too introspective on the suffering, but just a little time to re-normalize and get back into civil society again and train out this fucking dissociative behavior of me dealing with your abuse, the transceiver abuse of your nonsense. Fucking bullshit. I'm tired of this shit. You know what? Even at Northbrook, I met a very nice gentleman, and I'm not going to reveal his name because then you're going to harass him. He wanted to be a prosecutor, as a matter of fact, and he was a very nice gentleman. And he told me about how he was a targeted individual too, about how people were like, about how he had found like people defecating at his house, and how like there was like noxious gas levels of like whatever fucking some types of gas in his house. I forgot the exact name of the gas, and he had it empirically measured, and he was being gaslighted, and his friends were gang stalking him too. And this is like the Gestapo shit too, and I believed him because he was suffering from like some like spinal tap injuries and whatever else, and he had extreme pains and whatever else, and he was being gaslighted, and he didn't seem psychotic at all. He was very sane, and it seems like that happens to a lot of innocent people. And I'm not the only targeted individual, but with me, I'm not fucking mentally retarded because I know about the law and how to establish probable cause and gather evidence in terms of proper chain of custody and admissible evidence thereof. And that guy that was at Northbrook, unjustly against his will, because he had a job and he had responsibilities to take care of, and he was forcibly out of his house for like almost 3 to 4 weeks straight. And I remember him calling his mother, crying. He's like, "Listen, I didn't do anything, and they're fucking holding me here hostage for things that they had done to me, and I had the fucking levels measured and whatever else. People were like literally defecating in the toilet in my house. There was like a ton of noxious gas. I forgot what the name of the gas was that he had measured, and he had a company measure. I was like, I believe you. With what's happening now, the current political environment is so fucking bad. I wouldn't doubt it if there's a lot of targeted individuals. I wouldn't doubt it if a lot of people are, for some reason, targeted by the government secretly in compartmentalized fashion, and they're basically just left for dead and institutionalized or imprisoned or killed or whatever else. I wouldn't doubt it. But with me, that shit's not gonna fly. I know how to cross my T's and dot my I's and make sure that I have redundant backups everywhere, and how to protect myself too. And the phenomena, it is real. It's not an illusion. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's true. And you know what? There's a ton of history that shows that happened in the Soviet Union, that happened in East Germany, that happened in Nazi Germany. It's happening in North Korea, so on and so forth. It's bullshit. And in terms of their exact modus operandi or motive thereof, I don't know. Maybe it's like genealogical tracing, maybe algorithmic monitoring of people or whatever else. It's highly anomalous. I'm not exactly sure because that's a little indeterminate to me. And it's fallacious to think that if you don't know that it's not necessarily true the crime didn't happen, so on and so forth, because that's not very imperative in terms of causality. And like, for example, if you see somebody who's dead on the street with a gunshot wound to the head, but there's no gun there or criminal suspect, it doesn't mean the person didn't die from homicide, especially like first degree homicide, where you know that there was a criminal there with a gun who put a bullet in his head. If you can forensically tell that's the case. So that's fallacious to think, oh, there's no criminal here, so there's no motive, so it means it doesn't happen, right? No, because the evidence of the crime is right there. That's bullshit. And my father sometimes hits me with that shit. He's like, why would this happen to you? And I'm like, listen, stop. You need to stop going down this route of gaslighting your son that loves you. I'm telling you, for everyone around the world that's going to try and gaslight me and abuse me and see what's happening to me and knows the truth, you're not going to live in a child molesting paradise. We're going to live in an extremely evil world unless humanity fights back. And it's already a given. It already speaks for itself. Being sure it should already be on the wall for you. And I'm sorry, I don't want to put people through a tough dilemma, but it's not my fault, and I'm fighting to the death for my freedom. I don't want to be a torture slave. I'm not going to capitulate to that. I have a life to live. I'm not going to capitulate to that. I'm going through so much fucking abuse. Like even my short-term memory is very bad. I don't even remember if I took a shower or not. I don't think so. I don't even remember. This is so much fucking abuse. And like neurophysiological, you see that this happens with like child molestation, abuse, and PTSD and trauma and whatever else. And I'm fighting back very hard. But what they did to me is not very justified. I don't know what to tell you because whatever they're trying to blame me for in terms of nonsense is bullshit. I don't even remember what time is it. This is like some fucking very severe MK Ultra shit that I'm going through. You should look up MK Ultra. Even military service members, police officers, random innocent civilians were fucking abused like crazy back in the 1960s and 50s, 70s. And they're still informally doing it and compartmentalized projects and even secretly. This is like crazy satanic MK Ultra shit that I'm going through. You should look up all the stories of satanic ritual abuse that exist and the people that have escaped it and their families and whatever else to the best of their capability. It's very abusive. I don't even remember if I took a fucking shower. I'm probably gonna take another one. I don't even remember. I don't smell so bad, but I don't even fucking remember. You know what? You want to live in peace? You know what my response is to that? Ve victis. Ve victis. Woe to the vanquished. Good. You're gonna rest in pieces, motherfucker. Hopefully somebody warp speeds a lot of fucking rounds into your head so you can rest in peace forever. Or pieces. Good. You'll rest in peace for sure. Motherfucker. That's my hot take on it. Hopefully somebody warp speeds quite a lot of mercy right into your fucking dome. I don't even think I took a shower. I don't even remember. I don't smell so bad though. Dude, I can't even recall anymore. Just trying to fucking anesthetize myself and knock myself out to sleep. I fucking flooded my brain full of drugs. Like fucking whatever, 4 grams of ashwagandha, like almost 3 grams of L-theanine, 1 milligram of Xanax and whatever else. And there's really no risk of a drug overdose because I'm not fucking mentally retarded. I'm just gonna fucking knock out and go to sleep. I'm sick and tired of this shit. All this fucking abuse. And you know what? When I was growing up, like as a little child, I was very lucky to be to grow up in a family that really loved me and cared about me and whatever else. And I guess a lot of my friends in Jersey City, their families really didn't abuse them either, from what I remember. And we had a lot of good camaraderie. But you know what? Kids growing up, they go through a normal process like everybody else, and so on and so forth. And my family, they weren't perfect either, and so on and so forth. But they really loved me, and vice versa. I loved them too, and whatever else. And it seems like the world that we're living in now is quite tragic, given what a bunch of the people allegedly in power and their families have done for hundreds upon thousands of years and whatever else. It's fucking hogwash. There's a big middle finger up from me right up to your Illuminati bullshit. Go fucking kill yourself. There's no there. You know, whenever I see somebody like studying at the library or fucking researching or something, there's your Illuminati. But whatever you're gonna call yourself in terms of those people who claim to be Illuminati or whatever, you seem like a bunch of evil fucking rapists or whatever. There doesn't seem to be any illumination there. It seems like you're a bunch of evil pieces of shit. You can't even do basic math. Like fucking Edward Zuckerberg harassing me
with the subconscious bullshit. It's like, listen, 40% of Ashkenazi Jews have fucking schizophrenia. And I saw that stupid study from a few years ago. He doesn't even know how to do basic math in terms of multiplying a percentile as a function of percentage. You're a retard. And you want to know why? Because the general population has a 1% chance of having schizophrenia in terms of hereditary and or messianic damage to their DNA and replication. And then you know what? A 40% increase is not 40% in terms of going 1 to 40% or 1 to 41%, whatever he was talking about, in terms of the size factor increase. It's 1.4%. He's a fucking idiot. You're a fucking moron. And apparently you're a part of the Illuminati, but you can't even fucking multiply. You're an idiot. And you know what? You can look up the studies too. That particular study is not even well peer reviewed within and of itself. Oh yeah, woe is me. Apparently, if you're an Ashkenazi Jew, now you allegedly, even though that study is not well peer reviewed, have a 1.4% chance nominally relative to the general population of a 1% chance of having schizophrenia. Does that even seem to make sense to you at the prima facie that 40% of one population of an ethnicity would have an extremely rare disorder like schizophrenia? You're an idiot. You're retarded. You can't even do basic math. Even in terms of the size factor increase of the percentile thereof, it's still not 40% as a function of doing the real math. It's 1.4% nominally. You're an idiot. But that's already a given in the study that says that it's 40% higher as a function of increasing the percentile in terms of multiplying it as a function of percentage. And you can't even do math, that basic multiplication. I fail to understand where this enlightenment comes from in terms of you calling yourself somebody who's part of the Illuminati if you can't even fucking multiply a percentile by a percentage, which doesn't make sense. And apparently, you're gonna guilt trip me for fucking mentally retarded shit like that, even though it's not my fault. Even though you're guilt tripping me for two different things that are not only not even my fault, but your inability to do math and understand fucking basic logic in terms of your fucking mental retardation. What happened to the Illuminati thing? Man, does that seem to make sense to you at the prima facie that 40% of any ethnic population on Earth would have an extremely rare disorder? You're retarded. You're an idiot. Even in terms of autosomal recessive disorders, those are still particularly rare amongst any population, as a matter of fact. But even then, that's still not my problem or anybody else's problem, because I was born into a world out of my control, and I had problems too. Not necessarily autosomal recessive problems, but whatever, some epigenetic problems that could have been ameliorated anyway. And then somehow you knew that about me, even before I knew myself. And you can chill my asshole from any distance and force feed everybody to death and blame me for things that are not my fault. But then at the same time, you can't fix your own problems, which doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. I don't take that kind of shit seriously. It doesn't make sense. It sounds like a hogwash. It's like trying to talk to the peanut gallery and say, listen, you're nuts. Did you know that you're nuts? And they'll say, no, we didn't know that we're nuts. Of course you're never going to know, because you're part of the peanut gallery. Can't even do fucking basic math. Does that seem to make sense to you at the prima facie? You're an idiot. And you know what? If I was going to be a math teacher or whatever else, I would be very kind and polite to my students. But I'll tell you what, my patience would probably be tested if you would sit there and ask the same fucking question a quadrillion times over and over and over again, even after I've simply explained it. And I would not try and be as obtrusive as possible, but I would just tell you to practice where you needed to practice, because a lot of things are out of my control too. And when you try and simply explain things to people, sometimes it's out of their control and whatever else, so on and so forth. But it seems to really beg the question when somebody who claims to be part of the Illuminati can't even multiply a percentile as a function of percentage. That doesn't make sense. You gotta be fucking mentally retarded. You need to get your shit straight. And I saw that one study, I bookmarked it. I saw that one study from like whatever, 6 or 7 years ago, whatever it was. And it's not even well peer reviewed within and of itself. But even in nominal terms, oy man, oy vey. Yeah, now the nominal rate goes from 1% to 1.4% for Ashkenazi Jews concerning this one study. That's not even well peer reviewed within and of itself. But at the face value, if you think that it's a 40% nominal chance of having schizophrenia, you must be fucking mentally retarded. You're an idiot. And this is not like fucking rocket science, or I don't know, some of the most fucking complex, no pun intended, mathematics you could do for like four-dimensional topologies or whatever else, some absurd nonsense or whatever. We're talking about multiplying a fucking percentile as a function of percentage, and you're supposed to be part of the Illuminati. Where's the Illuminati part? You know what? If you really want to be a part of the Illuminati, maybe you should go to school. Maybe you should go to the library, open up a book and learn something. I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. I don't have time to be fucking worried with absurd nonsense. But whatever may come will come, and then I'll deal with it, so on and so forth. I still don't know how to resolve this irresolvable discrepancy between people's uncertainty about things that are uncertain to me too, because I don't even know why I'm here and why I exist. It's an indeterminacy to me. I don't understand. So whatever may come will come. I don't know what to tell you. But I can definitely tell you what. In this life, I don't want to be your rape slave. Stop bothering me. I didn't do anything to you. And it doesn't make sense. And functionally, I don't know what to tell all of humanity if they're blaming me for stupid shit like that, because that's still an indeterminacy to me anyway, in terms of all of the peculiarities of fate and whatever else. I don't know. I still don't know what to tell you. And even if you think it's about what I want, I don't know what to tell you about that. And I'm sorry if that makes you feel uncertain or uncomfortable, or if that's offensive to your sensibilities. I don't know. Maybe you need to introspectively think about your life and whatever else, because I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to offer you reassurance for things that I don't know, because I don't know. And I'm not trying to be an asinine asshole about it. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, in this life, I don't want to be a rape slave, and I've tried to be exemplary and not waste resources and whatever else, and I want to be free and happy, and I'm tired of being fucking abused like crazy for things that don't make sense. I'm fucking sick and tired of it. So listen, I don't know about whatever impression you get in terms of things that you're looking for things that things that I can't answer, just tersely so, without the sarcasm, implied, because I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I don't know how to reassure you to answer things that I just don't know. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, in terms of like I've stated ad nauseum, in terms of this life, the only thing that I know, in terms of the things that I had been, thrown into, I think I've always been very stoic and minimalistic about it, and to take it in stride. And I've tried to see it as a means to a means to try and find further happiness and contentedness and fulfillment in life, instead of just as racing towards a means to the end. Because I don't really know about all of these arbitrary impositions and the enigma, so on and so forth. I don't know how to reconcile that difference with you, because I don't know what it means to me. I don't know what to tell you about things that you want to be reassured about. And I'm sorry if that's disconcerting to you. I'm sorry if that makes you feel bad. I'm sorry if that's something that makes you introspectively think about peculiarities that don't give you a good impression and might scare you or whatever else. I think the best thing in terms of the advice that I can offer you is to be very stoic about it and to take it in stride and try and be exemplary and be good to one another and whatever else, and to trying to, if you'd like to, if you see no other alternative, and the alternative in the sense that you might not want to live anymore, I think you should just try and exhaust every means possible to extenuate the means to the means, and try and be very resourceful and to not waste and to love one another and whatever else. And you might think that's ironic because of all the things I've said, but it's only because I've been abused, so on and so forth, or whatever. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. It seems to be an unfortunate happenstance of the enigma within and of itself, because it's something that was indeterminate to me, and I don't know why. So whatever. What I hope for is that there really is a God that's really loving and caring, and that will save us and redeem us. I wish, I hope so. But I really don't have any good impression of what's happened to me and everybody else. So I don't know what to tell you, because I don't want to be a torture slave and whatever else. I wanted to be free and happy and just live my life and deal with the existential thing that it is within and of itself an enigma, because I don't know. And it's not really about what John Pavlashurus wants, because it doesn't seem like reality works that way to a certain extent. And it seems like people are trying to extort me for things that are a hold-up problem up to them within and of itself, and I'm fighting for my freedom too. And they're blaming me for things that I didn't do and whatever else, and so on and so forth, and I still don't understand what that means. So I'm holding out for hope that the rest of humanity will help me re-encode my DNA and have it be re-internalized and let me be free and happy. Because I have a very low standard of living. I don't mind working and whatever else. The only thing that I didn't really like was all of the abuse that was unjust, that was forced on me and imposed on me. So I don't know what to tell you concerning that, but it's already a given, so I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. And I know that I'm talking about the same thing over and over again, but when I was born, the first memory I ever had that I ever remember in my conscious life was when I was 4 years old. And it's an enigma to me, because I didn't remember anything before that. And for thousands upon thousands of years, this has been, talked about by philosophers extensively in terms of the peculiarity thereof, of why we're here and our fate thereafter. Nobody really knows. Neither do I. And I'm just a function of the enigma. I don't really know why. I don't know. Whatever. I wish humanity would collectivize and fight for their rights and their freedom in the face of what's happening, and try and be free and happy and live together in peace and harmony in the face of what is, instead of resorting to barbarism and imposing unjust suffering and undue suffering. But when I was born on July 2nd, 1993, and then 4 years later, when I had my first memory, and as I grew up, I said, well, there's only so much that I could possibly do. So I tried to do my best, but I'm not perfect. And I was sometimes a deontological spectator towards things that were not necessarily any of my business. Like, for example, people's voluntary associations that they don't want me to be a part of, that's a given, or whatever else. Maybe you might think that's sad, but it's really none of my business. And I'm not perfect, and human beings go through a similar process, so on and so forth. I don't know what to tell you. And if it's not reassuring to you, then I'm sorry. I guess the best thing you should do is be a little bit more introspective and think about your life and think about being stoic in the face of it, and then taking it in stride for what may come. And I don't know what to tell you, so I've already talked about this. I'm just waiting for these drugs to kick in so I can go to sleep and rest and then deal with my other responsibilities, so on and so forth. So I'm not going to forgive you. And you're not going to even extort the illusion of mercy out of me. I don't want to be your hostage and torture slave. Stop taking it out on me. Right now, I just want to go to sleep and then anesthetize myself and knock out and go into an unconscious coma to escape the severe abuse that I've been through. All the torture and the suffering for just simply existing and for fucking nonsensical reasons. For as to why it would make no sense for some random remote person to be fucking abused like crazy for just simply existing. Some random guy from Jersey City, New Jersey. There's a lot of people that were born in Jersey City, New Jersey in 1993, or even in July, maybe even the same day. I don't know. Why me? I'm tired of this, man. I'm tired of it. At this point, I guess exclusive of having all the drugs in the system, I could use a fucking drink and a cigarette. Sometimes I just like to smoke a cigarette. It's not very good for me, vaporizer. Not to wallow in the mire, but just to get a little inebriated, because it's a different kind of psychoactive feeling. I don't like smoking marijuana anymore. It's a little too intense for me sometimes. It makes me a little paranoid sometimes, but it can make me feel euphoric. But I guess I've changed, even with that much of like change in my body. I like alcohol more now, just to kind of de-stress and get rid of the fucking stress that's been happening to me. And I'm sorry that it seems like I'm just complaining and complaining. I was never really like this in terms of all of the abuse that I'm talking about. And I guess like everyone else, I was mostly normal. And it seemed like, from my extrinsic observation of the way my friends treated me, it seemed like they thought I was normal too, and whatever else. I don't know what to tell you, because I didn't have this transceiver abuse or anything else, or whatever. Can you please just stop bothering me? Stop asking me to forgive you. You're not going to get mercy out of me. I don't want to be your torture slave and your hostage. I don't want to have anything to do with you. You're an extremely evil psychopathic maniac. I don't want to have anything to do with you. It's been almost 9 years. You're an extreme psychopathic maniac, Mark Zuckerberg, and whatever else. I don't want to have anything to do with you at all. we already discussed this in terms of what I don't understand you're blaming me for. And it's somehow, if that's supposed to make sense, then I'm not feigning any ignorance because it was all out of my control and against my will. So I don't know what the fuck that means. What you're talking about is an absurdity of an enigma and peculiarity that I do not understand what the fuck you're torturing me for, you evil and crazy psycho. I don't want to have anything to do with you. You're crazy, and you are a loose vampire, and you're already abusing the living shit out of me. And I have a very low standard of living, and I could care less about anything you could offer me. I do not want to have anything to do with you. You're a psychopathic maniac. And if people think the same thing about me, then good. I could care less. Keep to yourself. Then fine. Just respect my boundaries and whatever else. But if not, then go call your best friend Mark Zuckerberg and ask him to help you in the same way he helped me, I guess. It's been almost 9 years. Stop bothering me. If you know what's really happening here, they're severely abusing the living shit out of an innocent man. That's me. I have no criminal record, no misdemeanors, and it doesn't make sense to present a false dilemma front for me. That could have been evil a long time ago. And all I wanted, after a certain point, was for these people to fucking stop bothering me. And even back in 2020, I tried to delete everything off the internet. And I was like, listen, can you just stop torturing me like crazy? And then they started torturing me like crazy again. Dude, I'm never going to do that again. Even if the government tries to get gag orders or whatever else, stop bothering me. Can you get the picture here? Stop fucking torturing me like crazy.
Oh, you got somebody watching. A taste of what you think about what they made you do. Here's a lawful order. Go fuck yourself. Shit out of them when they kick down their door and whatever else. Let's see how many of them would stay true to their word. Because then it doesn't seem like you're a Christian anymore. It seems like you're a Semite. Which doesn't... They're not my fault. You're not gonna extort even the illusion of mercy out of me. Because genuinely, I'm very fucking infuriated and bitter about the way you abuse the living shit out of me for things that I didn't do to you. So genuinely, truthfully so, you're never gonna get the true mercy that you want. And I'm gonna fight to the death to not let you extort even the illusion out of it. Because I don't even want to be in close proximity to you and be held hostage by you. I'd rather enjoy my freedom while I can. I don't want to be anywhere near you. Oh my God. You should have been there. You should have been there when I was in my 8th grade. I guess through indirect logical inference, I'm going to reveal what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to reveal which teacher it was. He asked me. He was like, we were talking about something concerning the lesson, and he was like, John, what do you think about Judeo-Christianity? I didn't even really seriously think about what I was saying, but I just said it. It just came out of my mouth. I was like, you know what? I don't like the Judeo part so much, but I like the Christianity part. And everyone started dying laughing, and he was laughing too. My teacher, he was like, are you serious? He was like, you can't be serious, right? And I was like, yeah, I don't like the Judeo part so much, but I like the Christianity part so much. I like the Christianity part a lot more. But I think that still holds true. You know what? There's a lot of two-faced Christians that would say to love you should love your neighbor. I guess you should love your neighbor, but you should love your enemies. You should turn the other cheek and whatever else. I don't think realistically, and almost like 100% of the cases, if somebody kicked down your door and was going to get fucking ready to rape you and molest the living shit out of you and torture you, and especially if they made that clear, that you would just fucking lay there butt naked in bed, just fucking turn your cheeks both wide open, leave your asshole, dirty asshole wide open for criminal and say, listen, you can come fucking do whatever you want to me. I don't think you'd let them do that. I don't think you would love your enemy at all. I think almost every Christian would probably give that motherfucker some fucking buckshot right in the face, because you do know quite a lot of Americans have, firearms, or they would probably even use whatever weapon they could if a criminal came towards them, right? I don't think they would turn the other cheek at all. So, and I'm not trying to insult people's religions here. I'm just trying to get you to start questioning, and not like in a provocative way, like an atheist would try and insult the living shit out of you. I'm just trying to get you to question, like, this religion within and of itself, in terms of it being propaganda. So I guess, like, in terms of a lot of religions, I think normatively I extract, like, the good out of it in terms of what I think is more objective and impartial. But concerning Christianity, you know what? I believe that's a lot of Judeo and Roman propaganda. That Rabbi Yeshua, if you historiographically try and look for evidence in terms of what's available on the internet and ask any historian and whatever else, if you don't believe me, there's not a lot of evidence that even concerning those steles, which were like one or two steles that said that some rabbi named Yeshua was crucified. There's not even a lot of evidence that this particular guy really existed at all, and a lot of it seems like cultish behavior and mythology and whatever else. So the historiography of it is not very well documented. So you can look it up on Wikipedia, you can look that up on Google and whatever else. So I don't know. In terms of some of the normative ethics about whatever Jesus talked about, I believe that probably the Pharisees are probably very hypocritical. I believe that if this guy what really did exist, that if he was a rabbi and a preacher, it seemed like he was probably a very nice man and he was probably very unjustly abused. Maybe it was probably even very true that the prefect Pontius Pilate was probably a very good prefect within and of himself, and he felt like if that necessarily was the case, that he was in a bad position. And I don't know. Concerning the actual history of it, I don't think it's very objective and impartial. That seems highly anomalous that a rabbi, that if he would have just flipped some tables in a synagogue, would be tortured and crucified to death. Because it doesn't seem like, as a matter of fact, of what he had done, that he was a troublemaker at all. It's because he had talked to the centurions, he had talked to publicans, he didn't really do anything wrong. And it seems like, concerning the Pharisees and whatever else, that doesn't even make sense within and of itself, because the Romans had basically Judea as a vassal province that was paying taxes, to the Roman Empire. And as a matter of fact, in terms of like a lot of the revolts that happened there, they pretty much suppressed them with actual brutality and force. If you actually look at the actual historiographical evidence, because there were a lot of attempts by even the Jews back then to revolt against the Romans in terms of not having to be vassals to them as Romans and whatever else. So politically, I guess if something like that happens, you're in a tenuous hot seat. But I don't know. Maybe they could have done a lot better by thinking about it differently. But with me nowadays, there is a difference between now and then, because what had happened to me indirectly with the stupid injection in my back with Olanzapine or whatever what you want to call it, and whatever they had done to me at Zuckerberg, there's obviously a big hold-up problem here of ironic paradoxes and whatever else. You don't have a good political argument against me, especially with all the documentation that I have and how fucking vicious I am and whatever else. And I'm very civil towards law enforcement and whatever else, but I'm very skeptical of them and very not very trustworthy of them. And I only call them as a function of necessity for my neighbors and whatever else, and for the public at large. And a lot of people, as a matter of fact, even a lot of people in the United States of America think the same way today. They're probably not very trustful of their local law enforcement. So whatever, it seems highly tenuous and whatever else. But in terms of the real politic, no, I don't think you're going to be able to gaslight me again, or do that to me again. I don't think that's going to happen. I think you're possibly, in the face of it, truthfully so, in the face of your delusions, what I'm saying is realistic. I'm not trying to incite revolution unnecessarily. That seems like an inevitability within and of itself, in the face of what you did to the entire world and myself as well too. And with people like me, that's like the exact thing that, in the face of like extreme brutality towards people like me and the entire world, and a lot of specific individuals that are inciting catalytic flashpoints for extreme conflagration and inciting of the public at large, whether you're talking about mobs of people or individuals or even the entire world at large, you must be stupid to have tried to genocide the entire world in the face of also severely abusing an innocent man like me, who just wants to live his life in peace and has a low standard of living, and who's vicious as fuck about protecting his basic human rights and his civil liberties and his bodily human autonomy. You must be stupid to still keep secretly torturing me in the face of trying and genocide the entire world at the same time in terms of like what's happening to the innocent Palestinians in Gaza, the Uyghurs, and so on and so forth, what's happening in North Korea. All you've done is accelerate and incite this kind of conflagration of extreme anger and pissing off the entire world, especially with stupid limited hangouts, like thinking that the entire world is evil and whatever else. It doesn't make sense. You're stupid. You're dumb. And there's so many arguments that we've been through. Stop bothering an innocent man like myself. You're really barking up the wrong tree. You really are asking and warp speeding for a bruising with the wrong guy like me, because I'm fucking vicious as fuck. I will defend myself. And I'll tell you what, even though it doesn't seem right, even if it's the police that are going to come to try and unjustly, brutally harm me, you better not try and say that to my face. You better not try and tell me that you're going to say that to my face, because listen, I'm going to get, I don't know how to feel about that, because if you're gonna overtly say to my face that you're gonna try and torture me to death and kill me, you better not try and close the distance with me and capture me. You might as well just try and shoot me or whatever else, because that doesn't seem like that's gonna make sense on the face of it. That seems like a really stupid way to try and tell somebody that you're gonna try and kill them unjustly. So that doesn't seem like that's gonna work either, especially in the face of the fact that I couldn't be censored, that the entire world is being genocided, and civil liberties deprivations are happening to the entire world. The entire world is undergoing a massive amount of undue and unjust stress in terms of like housing prices and food prices and whatever else. And you fail to recognize, right, that only in the past 5 years that like there hasn't been a super radical exponential increase in resource consumption that's been super exponentially crazy. That's not necessarily true. It's only been because of like economic factors of like monetary hyperinflation shutting down businesses that were producing economic stimuli in terms of like, you know, reducing economic inequality around the world and whatever else. And things were getting a lot better in 2019 relative to the past. And your endowments, are public and private, are all guilty of fucking war speeding genocide and nanotechnology rapicide and whatever else, and not pursuing any effective solutions at all too. And this has always been a problem about the absurdity of the enigma for everyone's existence, including me, about your inadequacies and being unable to reconcile the problems in your life. Well, ironically enough, like in just the simple axiomatic arguments, how you can warp speed everybody to death. You can jiggle somebody's asshole at a distance. You can warp speed nanotechnology rapicide, but then somehow you can't fix your own problems. And there's an irreconcilable divide with the ironic things in this life that you can already fix, that you're blaming other people for things that are not your problem anyway. And even with people like me, I used to love people like Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates and whatever else. And then I was like, well, why did you even do that? I think a lot of the world used to like people like you. And then you really showed us your dark and evil side as to how you were really trying to hurt everyone for your inadequacies, and you betrayed everyone. And you know what? I never was so fucking vicious with these people until they started bothering the living shit out of me. As a matter of fact, a lot of people saw you as heroes, and they didn't really judge you for those things until you started viciously hurting them and whatever else. Time out. What's wrong with you? What happened to your humanity? Why are you doing this? What the fuck is wrong with you? It doesn't make sense. Man, you need to stop. Can you please stop abusing the living shit out of me? I didn't do anything to you. And a lot of people probably would have liked you in the past if you were truthfully who you said you were, in terms of like me and whatever else. And I was honestly truthful. I didn't really judge you. I liked people like Mark Zuckerberg. You were an inspiring hero to me. But then you showed your true face, and you showed what your true intentions were, and you showed who you truly were, and you disappointed the living hell out of me. And I was like, why did you do that? I felt so betrayed. to see that the people that I love, like John Carmack, and when I found out about Palmer Luckey and Mark Zuckerberg, some of the people that really inspired me, Bill Gates and whatever else, are doing this to me and all of humanity. Why? It's a tragedy within and of itself. And I think about that sometimes in this life, even though it's a non sequitur because I can't necessarily have stopped what you had done. Sometimes I think about how tragic that was, as to how you betrayed everyone, and almost everyone was inspired by you and loved you, and you were really just an evil piece of shit the entire time, and you're still stupid enough to keep torturing me. Stop. And with everybody else, I've already assured you that I'm very accountable. I'm still a good man. I'm not a little boy anymore, and I still have a low standard of living. And I'm interested in extenuating the means to the means, and not warp speeding towards the suffering and the pain in the end right away, because it seems like within this enigma, within and of itself, that reality still will be what it is for what it is. And if you don't believe me, you can defer to any expert, theoretical physicist and philosopher, etc., and so on and so forth, and within your common sense and reasonability within and of itself. And it seems quite tragic, and it doesn't seem to really necessarily make sense. Apparently you can fix your own problems, but you're going to blame people for problems that are not theirs, that they caused. Those people have problems, etc., and I'm an example of like solutions that happen as a function of the adversity that's unjust, and also sometimes the unfortunate happenstance of life, where by not pursuing the method of exhaustion to find alternatives, that within and of itself, it seems like an obvious non sequitur that you're probably never going to get to a solution anyway. But it doesn't necessarily justify the extreme, heinous, and grievous abuse that you're enforcing on the entire world. But then, on the converse, consequentially, for the rest of the world, sometimes a lot of the things that might seem unjust, to take somebody else's life to protect others and whatever else, and the consequential utilitarian calculus of life is also an unfortunate tragedy of happenstance, whether it's going to be suffering a Promethean fate worse than death, or dying sooner than expected, which is unfortunate when it's arbitrarily imposed on you by a bunch of people around the world who could have done it a lot better, and we're whoop speeding everybody to death, which is an unfortunate happenstance of the world that we live in. So I guess that's an argument as to why you can't be a deontological spectator, especially in times like these. But I guess in certain cases, in terms of like people's voluntary and consensual associations, deontological expectation is probably the best course, because you want to know why? Well, whatever, that's somebody's personal business. That's really nothing that you have to intervene in the particular philosophical mindset of somebody's life, because you wouldn't like somebody to do that to you, or it's none of your business, and so on and so forth. And what deontological expectation is, in terms of like my way I've looked at it, is like I've been kind of that way, and the way I've seen and understood even a consequentialist reality. So like, for example, here's a good example of what deontology is. It's kind of like detracting yourself from things that are not necessarily within your scope or bounds of common sense, like of your consequentiality thereof. And a good example is like, let's say somebody has a boyfriend or a girlfriend or a husband or a wife. You really know that it's not a good thing to be a homewrecker, right? Or let's say people are just having a dinner or something, even something not so contentious like that in terms of like personal, private affairs. Let's say somebody's just, sitting at a bench at the park having a meal, and then there's the presumption they're not even doing anything wrong. In terms of deontological expectation, you can just look at them and you already know that it's kind of weird and awkward and rude to just stare at them and judge them and like rip the fucking sandwich out of their hands or something. There's no consequential utilitarian calculus of like trying to bother them about something like that. That's a hobbyist non sequitur, I guess. But whatever. But in terms of tough times like these, this is when you really start drilling down and thinking about consequentiality and prerogative and the initiative to will and action and consequentiality. And I'm sorry, yet again, for my fucking discriminatory barbarism, but it's only because I'm being fucking tortured like crazy for fucking hogwash nonsense. I'm trying to maintain my civility and not resort to belligerency, but it's pretty hard when you're being fucking sodomized and tortured and undulated at like fucking 666 hertz or whatever every instantaneous moment throughout your entire fucking body or whatever. So I'm sorry that I can't be perfect like a fucking perfect zombie or whatever, or a perfect robot, whatever. God damn. And taking it out on me, I'm telling you, I'm not turning the other cheek. I'm not going softly into that good night. And every single night I'm gonna keep doing this because with Streamlabs, like using the camera doesn't use that much energy anyway. And then that camera will last a long time. The one in the back of the phone and whatever else, so whatever. That's not my problem. I don't give a fuck. And my phones, as a matter of fact, because I guess I could tell you about how you should do this too, to extend the lifespan of your phone. Every smartphone I've had, besides my Samsung Galaxy S4, because they fucking destroyed the living shit out of it after I had rooted it with Thor, and they wouldn't let me upgrade my operating system. Every smartphone I've had has lasted like five plus years. So whatever. I don't know if that's normal, but you know, that's just the way you should treat your hardware in terms of like doing some basic research yourself about, you know, extending the lifespan of the hardware and making sure you're monitoring it and doing diagnostic calibration and replacing parts and doing whatever else. But you know what, the technology industry and a lot of industries are definitely heinously and grievously guilty in fucking planned obsolescence nonsense too, going back almost like 150 plus years or whatever, or 120 plus years or whatever it was, since mass manufacturing has been around. And that's fucking nonsense, fucking bullshit, whatever. I don't know what to tell you, because like families like mine, as a matter of fact, in terms of like my readings of the energy meter here in the house and whatever else, my father and I, we use like 30% of the national average of energy, and we have an old oil burner here in Furnace. So in terms of the old radiators and stuff too, we're gonna have to manually inspect those. But it's hard to even fucking do anything because they're trying to torture me second by second to try and make me be less efficient and not do what they want me to do. But it's not up to them and whatever else. And they're just exemplifying, you know, my exact point about how they're jealous of everybody else and they want to hurt evil people and control the world. But it already seems to be like an exercise in futility and nonsense. Apparently it's going to require the manufacturer my consent, even though they're already guilty and involved in it and whatever else, and so on and so forth, which doesn't make sense. I don't take that shit seriously. I'm just moving forward with my life. And they're still stupid enough to keep abusing the living shit out of me. Stop bothering me. Man. Assholes. Fucking pieces of shit. And you know what? I don't know what to tell you, because you know what? My father, many years ago, he got solar panels installed on his house, like a few of my neighbors did. And I think, I don't know, I guess even the oil is a lot more scarce than natural gas is. Natural gas can be cut off to your house and whatever else. So I don't know. I guess if you use it sparingly, and then in the winter months, and in terms of the natural gas pipeline that you're still paying for, and that's supposed to be getting to your house anyway or whatever else for the gas to go to your burner or whatever else. I don't know. That's not very efficient, because even still then, my father and I don't waste so much. And sometimes I criticize my father because he leaves lights on like crazy and whatever else. But then I try to minimize that. But then sometimes I'm not perfect either. But even then, generally so. As a matter of fact, ever since I was a child, my mother and father had instilled that into me. My brother was like that the same way too. My mother was a lot more like that, and I listened to her. And I love my mother a lot. She taught me a lot about like dilution of like particular stuff and water filters, and like, you know, being grateful about like the things that I have in life in terms of like my clothing and whatever else too, and my father was the same way too. And I really loved my mother, but I just didn't like the way she treated herself when she came home on the weekends and drank a lot of alcohol and stuff. And sometimes I was very concerned about her, because she would drink alcohol until she was passed out and intoxicated. And I was very concerned because I didn't know what to do. So sometimes I'd have to carry her to bed, and then I would watch her, and I'd be concerned if I had to call an ambulance or something. I didn't know. So I was like, I don't even know what's happening to her. But throughout the work week and whatever else, she was mostly normal. And I don't know. She was a nice mother. Hopefully she's doing well in Brazil, but I don't know. Given what's happening to me and my family, I wish they would just tell me the truth, because there's a lot of abuse that I've been through, and sometimes she would be very erratic too and do strange things because I was imperfect, and then she would take it out on me that I would sleep a lot and whatever else, and I would be depressed, and I don't know. I guess human beings are imperfect, and then and through that adversity, we really don't know until we start researching ourselves. But then that extremely heinous and grievous abuse is very much unjustified. And in the process of a human being's life, it seems like there's probably going to be maybe some process of discovery, of researching and learning anyway. But all of that heinous and grievous abuse that I went through was extremely unjust, so on and so forth. And that's fucking nonsense. It's fucking bullshit. And as a matter of fact, when I was a child, I guess I was already on that process anyway, and that path, even before the heinous and grievous abuse started, towards eventually probably getting toward a solution of thinking about studying that kind of stuff anyway. But the thing you have to understand is that in terms of how I understand empirical reality as a function of theoretical physics and whatever else, whatever happened, whatever is all said and done. All of those other possibilities, they don't exist, and that's the consequentiality of life. And you do know that, like, heinous and grievous unjust stimulus, like fucking torturing somebody to death, is not going to help them. Severely sodomizing somebody and torturing them like crazy to help them improve their life is not going to help them. In the face of you knowing that apparently you're going to know they exist even before they exist, and they're going to have problems. And you can jiggle their asshole from a distance, and you're going to know who they are, even though you're not supposed to. But somehow you don't know about neuroscience and epigenetics, but you know about fucking jiggling an asshole at a distance to help them, which doesn't make sense. And whatever. In the face of it, I tried to exemplify, the fact that was an obvious irony and whatever else, and paradoxical. And I'm just fighting back the unjust adversity in terms of what happened and so on and so forth. Yeah, crack cocaine epidemics in terms of the CIA smuggling quadrillions of tons of cocaine into fucking Baltimore or whatever, or fucking Philadelphia, or fucking, Miami, and then, having a vicious cycle of poverty in places like Detroit or whatever else. Or helping you. Or yeah, look at all of the fucking positive stress adversity that's happening to the terrorists in Guantanamo Bay, where there's no professional military there, or they're there, where military service members are torturing the living shit out of terrorists in terms of patriotism. Yeah, quite good adversity, I guess. Huh? Nonsense. Yes, we know who you are even before you even exist. We don't even know. We shouldn't even know who you are. And apparently, we know how to jingle your asshole at a distance and torture you like crazy to help you, but we don't know anything about neuroscience and epigenetics. How nice. Perfect. Wonderful. Or people like Stefan Molyneux. Yes, it's all about the non-aggression principle, but I'm also highly racist and highly chauvinistic and misogynistic, and I'm also highly discriminatory against black people and innocent people who are using electronic benefit transfer cards, and not to trade it for drugs or gambling or money or whatever else, but to actually buy food because they're starving because of socioeconomic conditions. But I'm also highly passive-aggressive towards them, and then it's all about non-aggression at the same time. But if you know about Stefan Molyneux's life, he actually had a father who abandoned him, and his father was a deadbeat dad, and he was white too, and he used to live in the UK, and he loved his mother, and his mother actually used to live off of like welfare benefits, and then he moved to Canada, and that's highly ironic and doesn't seem very nice, and that seems highly malicious towards a lot of people predicated on their race and socioeconomic conditions. He seems like a Rothschild shill and a piece of shit. doesn't seem like doesn't seem like a very good commitment to the tenet of non-aggression principles. It seems very passive aggressive. Whatever nonsense. And I've got a lot of fucking hot takes and 2 cents and opinions on a bunch of fucking scam artists in the worldwide economy. Like I told you, like those self-help book authors who fucking scalp, the living shit out of fucking people on Fiverr. They give them literally $5 and they make $5,000 on Amazon for fucking regurgitated nonsense self-help books that are the same fucking bullshit because they algorithmically fucking abuse the living shit out of people and then mislead them into buying garbage and nonsense. But then people like me want to sell an ebook for like $1 or $3 or even reduce the price to 99 cents or a fucking stock market prediction algorithm for $1, and then a bunch of time traveling Mandela effects happen and whatever else. I want to release some revolutionary research and whatever else to substantiate my curriculum vitae, and I submit thousands upon thousands of applications, and the only work I can find is at companies that are Jewish. Interesting. In the face of being tortured like crazy, and apparently that must be some good stimulus, some good stress, because apparently knowing how to jiggle somebody's asshole at a distance and torture them like crazy is for their betterment. But then somehow you know them, and so on and so forth. You don't know about, and then somehow you don't know about neuroscience and epigenetics and so on and so forth. It seems like you must take me for a fucking fool. You know what? In the same way you helped me, hopefully a lot of people, in terms of the mob, when they're outside of your house, fucking blowing 35 holes into your wall and throwing flashbangs into your house, help you a lot. Hopefully they help you quite a lot. Hopefully they warp speed some help right into you for a long time. And as a matter of fact, given all of the abuse that I've already been through, it's only positively reinforced. Sorry, my blood pressure. It's only positively reinforced how I've always thought about the disenfranchised and the disabled. And as a matter of fact, truthfully so, even though I don't like to really virtue signal about this, even when I was working up until when I was homeless, if I ever had anything and I saw homeless people on the street, usually I gave them whatever I could if they were in a lot of suffering or distress and whatever else. And then I related with them and so on and so forth. And I guess a lot of people in Elizabeth still remember me, and Elizabethport too. Sometimes they'd ask me for like cigarettes and money, but eventually I'd be like, listen, bro, if I don't got it, I don't got it. And sometimes I'd be a little skeptical. I'd say, listen, please don't buy some stuff like heroin or whatever. I don't really care if it's like for alcohol or whatever, for cigarettes, whatever. Here's like $1 or $2. Here's $5. I don't care. Whatever. And I guess it's not really nice to give somebody cigarettes because they hurt them, but I was like, well, I don't know. If you want a cigarette, right? I'm smoking a cigarette. You want one? Fine. Whatever. But apparently it must be a fucking miracle. It's very saintly. It's very holy to fucking torture people like crazy to help them, as if you don't know about neuroscience and epigenetics in the face of all of those ironic contradictions and paradoxes at the same time, which is quite interesting. That's a quite interesting take on it. You put it that way. Interesting. That's quite interesting in terms of your extreme, utter hypocrisy. Interesting. It's quite interesting that you put it that way. Now that you put it that way, I quite well understand how much of a fucking flaming hypocrite and a paradoxically ironic piece of shit you are in terms of all of the abuse you put me through. Yeah, now that you put it that way, now I quite more understand how much of a fucking satanic piece of shit you are and a motherfucker you are. That's quite interesting. If you would ever get to know me personally, you would probably love how intelligent I've become in terms of my asinine hyperbolic sarcasm and whatever else. Ah, yes, that's quite interesting that you would put it that way. You know what I'm thinking about right now? You gotta go for the high and tight fade. If you just shave your head off, sorry, if you just shave all your hair off, you look like a psycho. People used to think and judge me, like, because I used to do that too. The high and tight fade, it takes a little more time, but then your hair grows out nice over time. That's the best base haircut you can get. And with me, that's why I like cutting my hair low, because I don't like having to get a shape up or having to get a haircut every month or whatever, and then just keep shaving and whatever else if I'm in the right state of mind. So whatever. You're still gonna ask me if I'm gonna forgive you. No, I got things to do, and then I'm gonna fucking anesthetize myself and knock my things to do. Nope. I already told you so many times. I don't want to be your fucking torture slave. Can you stop bothering me and holding me hostage? You wanna go outside? Okay, you're going to say it doesn't make sense for me to not forgive you. And you're still going to say that because I live at my father's house and whatever else, and you've been taking shots at me like crazy. But then you've never been down to the nitty-gritty about me as an individual, about how poor I am, and in terms of even my family and whatever else, and how much my father is struggling, and a lot of people around the world are struggling, so on and so forth. Listen, you're in the worst political hot seat of your life, right? You do know that you're hoarding money to control and enslave people, like hundreds of billions of dollars or whatever, trillions of dollars secretly around the world and whatever else, and you're wasting resources like crazy to force the world into this particularly genocidal situation, and so on and so forth. Your endowments, etc., etc. And with me, if I ever had any large amount of money dispensed towards me, most of it would just go without even the expectation of it getting back in principle towards research and charity and whatever else to try and salvage the rest of the civility and civilization. Because I already told you, my standard of living is quite low, and within and of itself, most of my problems were neurophysiological. There's really nothing money can really buy for me. And I think a lot of people think the same thing too. It doesn't seem to really buy so much happiness for you. And there's so many examples about how people in Hollywood commit suicide because they're depressed and whatever else, which is an irony, because wasn't the money supposed to make you happy? Wasn't the success supposed to make you happy? Why did you commit suicide then? That doesn't make sense. My standard of living is quite low. I like to consume psychoactive substances that make me feel good, and I like to work on the things that I like to work on, research, and I'd like to pursue that as well too. I just like existing and whatever else. I guess the suffering in terms of whatever you think is more relatively based in terms of something that's
supposed to be an absolute to you doesn't seem to be well within and of itself, well justified in terms of an enigma that is life within and of itself, especially concerning the fact of what you've done to me and everybody else, and so on and so forth. So, like, for example, for with animals in the kingdom of life and the cycle of life and the trophic chains and whatever else. Like when they're satiated from eating food or whatever else, like eating plants or eating other animals, I don't think they just predatorily fucking go eat like crazy and whatever else. That doesn't seem to make sense. And in terms of what you're doing, in terms of the exercise and futility of what's necessarily happening, you're causing so much undue stress and abuse to the entire world by literally genociding everybody, raping everybody, and researching nanotechnology, rapicide, genocide, which doesn't make sense. That's not my fault. And if there's some ontological thing you know about me that I don't know about myself, I still don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and almost nobody else does either. And I'm not looking to learn in the Freemasonic Lodge when you're gonna force me to drink diarrhea and sodomize me for the rest of my life. I'm interested in fucking torturing you to death and to make you stop bothering me, because you keep fucking aggravating the living hell out of me. And they're gonna say that it doesn't make sense, but I didn't do anything to you, and that's it. So I don't know what to tell you, because there's not a lot of there for this superfluidity in terms of whatever it's gonna provide to me, because that's a trap within and of itself, and there's nothing that it intrinsically provided to me in terms of how I changed neurophysiologically and whatever else. So I don't know. That's just life, I guess. In the enigma, in terms of extenuating the means to the means, that's just staving off the unfortunate happenstance of aging and death and whatever else, and the peculiarities of indeterminacies and so on and so forth, which already explains itself if you know me and how I've lived. And I'm not trying to guilt trip anybody else. This is just what's happening to me. So it's just my testament about how much I've been abused, and it exemplifies itself through those other examples about how people who are rich and famous, like how the money didn't save them from them doing some research in neurophysiology and whatever else, they commit suicide and whatever else. And it's quite sad, it's tragic, because I don't know, I guess a lot of people loved you, and the world is taking it out on you, and you're not using your money to try and fight back and whatever else. I don't know what to tell you, but in times like these, I'm appealing with the argumentum ad hentium, and not argumentum ad populentum in terms of like rabble rousing or whatever else. But I'm trying to appeal to the higher nature and reason of everyone to avoid anarchy and chaos of the highest degree, if you're going to let them try and defeat you in detail and then live in an extremely evil world where it's going to be good for no one. So even in terms of whatever is really happening, it's aberrational, because I'm not very religious. I don't want to live in that evil world. I don't want to be your torture slave, and I didn't do anything to you in this life. So that's it. I'm going to veto that, and I'm going to fight back, and that's it. So I've been very exemplary in the sense that I don't really waste resources. I've done my research. I've released my research for free. I've written, even books and philosophy and whatever else. If that's interesting to you, per your discretion, for free and whatever else. But I think the research has quite a lot of utility to help people, and it's a much better solution in the trade-off in the face of the existential threat that we face by having people be less intelligent and less resilient to stress, and having less visual acuity. Even though things like fresh water might be scarce, there is a rainwater cycle, there is a water cycle, and there are solutions to that too. But I'll tell you what, warp speeding towards genocide and the absurd, planned obsolescence, extreme min-maxing of pain and suffering, in terms of the 110 plus years of your ancestors, of the extreme hypocrites in the world, and also the current people alive who are involved in what's happening, that's definitely not looking good on your behalf in the face of like what you've done to me and everyone else on earth. So you've basically been warp speeding for your own bruising. You're not cruising for a bruising. You're warp speeding for a bruising, and you're taking it out on a man like me who didn't do anything to you. So I think that already speaks for itself. So with me, you really don't have a pretty good assailable position, and I think it's a good trade-off. Okay, I drink like basically another gallon of water a day if I'm sedentary. A gallon and a quarter of a gallon of water every day if I'm sedentary. but basically in exchange for a huge increase in IQ, many standard deviations thereof, and a huge resiliency to stress, and a huge increase in visual acuity, almost 5 times the resolution of 20/20 vision on a day-to-day basis, and whatever else too. So I don't know. I think most certainly that's probably a much better solution than fucking raping and torturing everybody on Earth and blaming them for their inadequacies. You sound like a fucking loser, even though you can worse beat everyone to death and jingle their asshole at a distance. Somehow you can't resolve irreconcilable, lies and the truth in your head and whatever else. That doesn't make sense to me. I fail to understand what I have to do with that. You seem like a fucking loser, faggot. Get a life. Woe is me. You're not the cause of my problems. And even though I can fix my own problems that are apparently not even your fault, I'm going to blame you and everybody else for it. Interesting. That's an interesting way to put it. That doesn't seem to make sense. It doesn't seem to make sense in the face of your hypocrisy of being a motherfucker and whatever else. You piece of shit. Loser. I need some time to rest because of the drugs not exerting their effects anymore. I need to do other things today. But I'm not going to live stream my entire life. I'm only doing that because when I pass out unconsciously, I need to have some form of accountability to see if you're going to try and secretly run up on me and try and hurt me. But I'm not really necessarily scared of that. But I just want to see if you're going to try and do it, and I want to hold you accountable. And I'm not a heavy sleeper anyway. I can probably wake up, and then I'm not going to let you take me gently into that good night. And my dog's fucking vicious as fuck too, and you're going to have to get through a lot of stumbling blocks to get to me. So I'll tell you what, if you're going to try and run up on me, you came to the wrong guy at the right time to get hurt. So if that's what you want, that's what you're going to get. And with me, you already know that I've been trying to find work and whatever else, and I can already tell what they're going to be posting about me on Kiwi Farms. Listen, I don't have time to fucking talk about bullshit. Maybe when I drink a few fucking beers or whatever. Come on, come. Maybe when I drink a few fucking beers, I'm laughing at your fucking mental retardation about how much of a fucking loser you are on your fucking slander and libel form. Still thinking about jingling my asshole? I know you love jingling my asshole. Still thinking about jingling my asshole, big boy? You're a big boy now. Still thinking about jingling my asshole, big boy? Draining my big sack. Honey, look, the baby, the doggy. Dude, we already talked about this. Can you shut the fuck up and leave me alone? I'm just gonna ignore you. You're still calling me a useless leech and a mooch and whatever else. I've worked like 7 or 8 jobs in my life. I've done all of the autodidactical research and whatever else, and I'm still recovering from what you fucking did to me. And you're abusing the living hell out of me, asshole. You're a hypocrite. Shut the fuck up and kill yourself. I'm just gonna ignore you. Riley's such a good little doggy. She loves me so much. She's just a baby. She's just a baby. She's just a good little doggy, little puppy. She's just a puppy. She's just a baby little doggy. Oh, Riley. Hi, honey. You know I love you so much, honey. And doggy. I'm tired of dealing with your stupid thoughts, man. You're still expecting perfection out of me and others, but life doesn't work that way, and so on and so forth. Just because you might become more intelligent or whatever else, doesn't mean you're going to become perfect. And what's that called? Eidetic memory? Almost nobody has that, and that's a highly untested empirical phenomena, which has not been well substantiated. That doesn't even seem to make sense in terms of the very few rare people that have something like that anyway. And in terms of like epistemological generalist types of learning things, it has its personal drawbacks and whatever else. But I'd much more rather have a very strong general intelligence and be able to diversify and learn things as a function of necessity than being a specialist in hypocrisy like you, because that's not very marketable in terms of anything that has any value, especially in the face of the current happenstance of what's happening. Because you're a piece of shit motherfucker who's probably going to get what's coming to him for what he did to me and everybody else. Maybe you should specialize in being dead. Go put in an application into the cemetery. And you're still fucking taking shots at me and using me as a fucking punching bag for abuse, for things that you don't want me to do, and fucking holding me hostage in my own body. And you already know that I've been looking for employment for years, and I'm the victim of a civil suppression campaign, and I'm being fucking tortured like crazy, and I'm being abused for simply being who I am, which is not very fair. And you're involved in doing that to me and everybody else on earth, and somehow it's my fault. Stop bothering me, please. I don't think you're going to stop. I'm just going to have to keep fighting it until the rest of humanity collectivizes with me, and so on and so forth. I'm going to tell you yet again. Stop torturing me and stop asking me for mercy. And you're still stupid enough to keep torturing me. You're never gonna learn that you're wrong. You're never gonna learn that you're never gonna get what you truly want, even the illusion you're stupid. Can you stop torturing me? Fucking loser. You're a fucking loser. Get a fucking life. You're a fucking loser. I don't have to keep live streaming anymore because I'm not sleeping. Whenever I go back to sleep, I'm gonna do it. Or whenever I want to live stream something worth live streaming, so whatever. I reserve the right to privacy in my life too, and I've been extremely open about my life. Stop fucking torturing me and holding me hostage in my own body, motherfucker.